Hey, yo! It's Saturday again. I promised I'd be here after I missed the 2 previous Saturdays. 1 because of illness and 2 because of scary weather conditions. The weather's still scary, but it's a lot better than it was. Anyway. Last time... Let's see. What happened last time? We met that dog and his master. And now we let's see. We made new friends. We saw Frank. And now we're about to do that thing that we were about to do last time until I was like, I'm too tired. 'Cause I was tired. Hey! That's right. This is What's-His-Face's holding cell. We did not look at a single thing in this last time. I'm sure I remember my freaking how I voice characters. Reflected in the mirror is a security camera! A great thief's greatest enemy! Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest. I may need to turn down the game back again. Because I turned it up for, when I was playing Case of the Golden Idol. I think that might be entirely deliberate, Kay. Guard! I'd like you to retrieve the footage from the security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir! Oh. I thought there was gonna be more to that, but okay. I find it fascinating that they've put a little ankle weight on the desk here. As if anyone in a holding cell is just gonna, you know, steal an entire desk. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Alright, well, we've got a few things here. What looks like a menu. Ooh! What's a menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth? It seems that those held in the detention center are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. If they can afford it, that is. Money makes the world go round, I guess. Doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Okay. Bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard of a time of it as everybody else? Ah! She's got you there. How did I wind up defending the practices of the detention system? Idiot. You dumbass, Edgeworth. You absolute buffoon. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Next move, bishop to g2. What next? Rook? No, pawn to g6. The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What's a chess diagram? A visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest. But perhaps if this pawn were... no, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. This is no time to be playing games. Yeah, it's time for me to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it'd be wise to take another look at the evidence in my possession. Oh. Dang. Speaking of games, I started playing, can you believe it? I've been playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure this week. It's so cute. And it's fun. And I only just, unlocked, the snorkeling ability. And I freaking love swimming mechanics in video games. This chess game. I've seen it before. Oh, enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus! I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Take a look at this! Can you tell me what it is? It's the chess set we saw in Mr. Canis's cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so... The rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Canis's cell with these. Do you notice anything? Yes. I don't know which piece is which or anything, but... if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares! Indeed. There's no dog on the diagram, but that is to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical. And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis's chess opponent was... Mr. Knight? This could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Canis had a connection to the victim. Indeed. We have a bunch of books here. 200 Days to Freedom, an Escape Story, volume... I guess 1, 2, and 3. Life as a Stylist. Pet Stylist. Understanding Animal Emotions. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology. Making Money While Serving Time. A Second Chance at Life. Interviews with a Former Prisoner. Can I look at all of these individually? Or am I just gonna... Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology. Understanding Animal Emotions, Life as a Pet Stylist. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knight than met the eye. I'm not doing it. Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely specially selected and placed here for the detainees. The the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. Second chance at life. Interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates.
Oh, I like the look of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too, making money while serving time.
This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought.
Oh dear. Is there anything else? I think that's everything around the desk. Dun, dun. Da, 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 da. We have a toilet.
The bowl is nice and spotless.
Wow, I'm glad someone has the time to clean toilets in this game series.
And there are no signs that the toilet paper's been used.
Oh, must be a fresh roll.
Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here.
What? Are you serious?
Why? What's wrong?
There's no door! There's not even a curtain! Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about the people who have to live here.
I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout.
They see you when you... Sorry!
I was about to say something really stupid then. I'm just gonna... just leave that to the mind... the theater of the mind, I guess. The standard barred window. No signs of it having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here.
Definitely not. Aha! Must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got the chance to scope this place out.
Okay. Sorry, I had a burp. Coming on. I had dinner about 20 minutes ago. No, a little bit longer than that ago. I've been streaming for 20 minutes. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape.
Indeed. Could you imagine?
Could you imagine an episode of this where Edgeworth is calling, everyone's like, oh my god, Kay's in prison. And then she just comes into the office. Hey, Edgeworth, how's it? Where am I going with this? Oh. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
A jacket with a thing on it.
This must be Knight's suit jacket.
So I've been doing some research of my own.
Oh, and what have you discovered?
I've discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies.
You don't say!
But don't worry. Guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list.
Please stop. Oh, that was good. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. I don't know why I thought that was K. That pillow cover is very clean. Spotless, in fact.
I bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it. Can't you?
Unfortunately, I think he sleeps on a futon on the floor. No, I sense he's more of a mattress on the floor type. God damn it. They knew what I was thinking.
Hey, look! This newspaper's got a chunk of it missing.
You're right. A few of its pages have been roughly torn out.
From the day before the incident.
But why?
Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell but didn't have a cleaning cloth?
Unless there was a glass window he wanted absolutely spotless, or a mirror. It's not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their own cell? if you don't know nothing about window cleaning or like glass cleaning, newspaper is where it's at. It is perfect. It leaves no like streaks or anything on glass. I don't know if you can see it, but behind me there's a bunch of like little cracks. Well, not cracks, but I think like scuff marks. There's something different about this spot here.
This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something? Oh, hey!
Speaking of wiping down things, why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though?
I know, and they've missed all that dust.
They've missed that big pile of dust around the bed legs, the legs of the frame. They didn't even do like underneath. Well, I really shouldn't judge. My room isn't exactly what I'd call sterile. Because of the monsoonal weather we've been having. I've been getting ants just crawling everywhere in my room. So I decided I'd forego with my soft drink or my tea and just have my giant water tank by the computer for when I need sippies. It's cinema roll themed. Oh yeah, I meant to grab something. Hold on. One moment. I'm just gonna put my microphone on a higher stand. Alright, that should do it. That should be more comfy. So I just had it on a tiny pocketbook. And I was leaning, which isn't great. Oh wait, that's not cracks on the floor, that's cobwebs. My mistake. Anyway, this part of the floor's been wiped clean.
Huh, maybe he spilled some grape juice?
Grape juice in this prison? Who knows? But we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. The torn out pages of that newspaper. Nope, plane going over. We're about to.
Why wouldn't he just ask a guard for a cloth or something, though?
Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up.
Yay! That's everything in the cell.
Oh. Actually, I kind of wanted to... Oh, no. Because there's a little poster next to the toilet. I wanted to see if it said anything. But I don't think it came up. I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Canis and the victim. This is bad, sir! Huh? Is that the guard? The security camera footage, sir! I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir! I have a small playback monitor with me. And what are you waiting for? Let's see it!
Oh! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god!
What's that?
That black thing! It's that dog, right?
Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that assumption may have been wrong.
would explain the thing.
Knight had actually been attacked in this location.
The holding cells.
Take that!
Right here in the detention center. Close enough. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis's dog. I don't know, that shadow looked pretty small for a dog. Just saying. A dog of helmet size, anyway. This is just the evidence we need. Security camera footage. And if this is when Knight was actually murdered, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. Each piece of evidence takes on a new significance.
Ooh. Let's see. Right up. Oh. Crap. This?
Take that!
Yes, this piece of evidence now means... it was not that.
What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? You're very quiet all of a sudden.
I'm fine, Kay. Actually, I'm overthinking this. Knight was in fact killed here in this cell. Ah, what was it? Is it just literally the floor, or what am I thinking? Is it literally his body? Nope. That ain't it. The top?
Take that!
Nope. Wait. What am I doing? What am I doing?
What?
Business search. Test diagram. Roll?
Take that!
Nope.
Take that!
Nope. Not the dog. What do you mean? What am I looking for? What are they trying to tell me?
Take that!
Oh, okay, yeah, I really was overthinking it. God damn it. Just like the tutorial in the first, looking at, President Wang's forehead. I'm good at this. I'm good at puzzle. The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that something have been his blood? Well, whoever did it did a bang-up job, because you can't see a dang single stain down there. Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood, and to report the results to Edgeworth. You got it, sir.
Now we can really go after that Canis guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper.
Oh, hello. 00, it's Ghosty00. Welcome to my chat. I hope you have a good time. I hope you like video game and puzzle. 'Cause that's what's happening. So that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, Coach? Where are we off to?
I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us.
March 28th, 2:15, Detention Center Corridor. Okay, time to get asking. Huh? Eh?
Oh my. It's that pair of ugly-ass glasses. And a familiar guy wearing them. Bork, it's the Wolfman! Sure is! Thanks for the tour. Later. I've already forgotten his voice since last. Well, well. Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shilong Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. And now we're the best of friends. I thought he'd gone home to Zhangfa after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though.
First the Black Hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait! Why are you all alone today?
Kay, do you remember what happened? He's dancing to his theme song.
Long's theme is pretty good.
That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. Oh yeah, his 99 soldiers. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. Couple of days back? He means the incident with the president of Zhangfa. Actually, I thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Huh! Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Long doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream-of-the-crop officers. Oh yeah, Lang was a bit of a thorn. Bit of a sticky wicket, so to speak. When I first played the first one. But I came around to him. Indeed. No doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What, did you send them all to a farm upstate? What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you. It doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor.
Wow. He seemed
Not okay. I think he needs therapy, honestly. Yes, and I would very much like to know why, but there's nothing we can do about it right now.
Edgeworth, you were there. At the embassy.
We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct.
Alright.
You're right, every Ace Attorney character needs therapy.
Let's start by talking to these guards.
Alright.
Go!
I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? That thing? No way! If I had, I'd... Well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing guard here.
So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something?
Now, Kay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. It is a pretty hard to miss dog, unless it's pitch dark in the room. By the sound of it, Canis's dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy security doors.
Now let's try this guy on the left. What have you seen?
Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. Oh, that's not good. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker.
Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere?
Where in the world did that idea spring from?
She's joking, Edgeworth.
Oh my goodness.
Is it my air conditioner? Are you working again? Or are you gonna sputter out again?
How does one just lose a uniform? It's a great question.
Maybe we'll find out later. Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, there it goes again. Yeah, the pants and the hat and everything. And the shirt. Hey! Are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Fender. And where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low. Wandering...
It's Eddie! Yep.
Wandering... I do like Fender a lot. He's a little bit iffy at first because of the whole, like, thing he does about the Von Karma thing. But yeah, once you get past that, he's really funny. Wandering lone Lily through the prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you.
But the prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss.
So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something très intéressant. Turns out the Bronxter had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. An incident? Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they wrapped up when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard and he was handcuffed, obs. They made it back and the guard was taking off his cuffs when Bronxter clobbered him. Knocked the poor guy out cold. God damn. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. Who's my favorite character? Oh, that's a great question. There are so many characters in the Ace Attorney series that I like. I do love Kay. Kay's great. Because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Ooh, Franziska's a pretty top choice too. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? Well, that's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell, then turned up dead. You mean he turned up dead? And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. Yeah, no, Franziska is really funny. Turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. The god who was struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Oof! Where it is, he's still there. So there's nobody around to tell us what really happened.
Keys.
What the? It's you losers! Oh, here comes one of my other favorites, actually. Oh, that's all we need. Oop. Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here's working with me now as an associate. Nonsense! You're all here just to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. No. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavel! Great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not! I'm totally cool either way! Yeah, you shouldn't have tried it, Fenda.
Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co.
But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? What? What are you talking about? It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct? Exactly, what he said. Miles here is just a volunteer. An intern, even. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co.
How wonderful. So you all work without reward? The goddess would surely approve.
Yeah. I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest.
That information is on a need...
Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavel. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat. To show you what it takes to be a real winner. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Ah, that's the thing, Edgeworth. It's not verbal combat, it's a verbal beatdown. In that case. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested.
There will be no need for that. Eustace, we should... Not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place. He's gonna run rings around me.
I think you meant to say that you would be the running rings around me.
And I will! So badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth.
Oh, Eustace. You were so funny.
You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. Simple! I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. What thing? How's that for some winningly conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature.
Where do I even begin?
Look at you. Utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win.
Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner?
Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you?
Of course, that's what he meant. Ah, this is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there.
Alright, time to rebut.
Hold it!
I'm just checking, but you do know who it was you arrested, correct?
Huh? Is this some kind of joke? Of course I know who I arrested. It was, Simeon Saint.
Good to know he remembers that much at least. First-rate reasons.
Hold it!
Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed.
Hold on. I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me.
The evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace.
Damning is right, and it was on the strength of that evidence that I decided to arrest him. I found evidence of him all over that thing.
Hold it!
What thing? I'm afraid to ask.
Evidence of him was all over that thing? Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner?
Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I hoped even you could put two and two together.
Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony.
Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case.
They certainly look keen to hear about it.
Fine, if you insist. I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is gonna blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. It's Eustace. Yeah, I love Eustace. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint.
Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers. And congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do.
Mr. Saint's fingerprints were right there all over the victim's chest set.
Hold it!
Tell me more.
But you weren't the one who actually found his prints, were you?
Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to the forensics.
Oh my god, you're right. His head does look like a cottony. Now I can't unsee it. The fingerprints are certainly a problem, but then that chess set was. I should take another look at the evidence.
So fluffy.
Hold it!
Ah! I didn't mean to do that.
The only incontrovertible fact here is that you don't know how to give a proper testimony.
What are you talking about? It's not my fault if you can't keep up.
Perhaps I could be so bold as to offer some additional details. The only fingerprints found at the scene belonged to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Saint. I think you'll agree that Mr. Saint's were the only prints that had no business being there.
Yes, exactly. Now do you get it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do, but I'm not so sure about you.
There were other prints belonging to the victim and the guards, so only Mr. Saint's were at a place.
Hold it!
If there were other prints at the crime scene, shouldn't those people be suspects as well?
Other people? I don't think so.
And why not? Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found on the chess set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow his prints were there despite the fact that they had no business being there.
Exactly! Which means Mr. Saint was... Saint is...
He is neither a prisoner nor a guard. Therefore, he should not have been able to enter the prison.
Oh, that's what they're hinging all this logic on.
Finding his prints in a place he shouldn't have had access to is grounds enough for an arrest, no?
Yeah, what she said. Not bad, Gavel.
You're too kind.
Ah, yes. The fingerprints. All over the chess set that was brought in by Saint.
Objection!
On a delivery message.
So the fingerprints on the chess set are the ace up your sleeve?
The what up my what? Oh, yes. The chess set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual.
Only your winning hand is a busted flush.
Shouldn't have tried that, Wheel of Fortune on your cards.
For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it.
Ah! Oh, yeah!
That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature.
Premature? Yeah, like me. I was born 2 weeks early.
I don't know why I don't know. That's not really pertinent, but fun fact. The incident took place here within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint.
Oh!
Now what?
I
I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And to think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just work out what that word means? Oh dear, poor boy needs a dictionary. Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence, too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was...
Overruled.
He was overruled. Eustace? Judge Gavelle.
What out, Gavelle? I have him right where I want him.
Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may... While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? How big is it? Never mind. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it? Yes, of course, that. Well remembered, Gavelle. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested? Let's just say you won't be disappointed. But I will be. Judge Gavelle deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? The whereabouts of the murder weapon. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chess set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last. Another winning deduction brought to you by one winner Eustace, prosecutor extraordinaire. More like one winner, useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me.
And how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chess set?
Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Yes, inside the hollow bit. There's nothing in here but chess pieces.
That laugh is really something.
He seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. Better take a closer look.
Ah, this bit. This bitty.
Aha! What? That stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door.
Whoa, there's plenty of room in there.
Indeed. Very adjusting myself. More than enough to hide something like a small knife. Like a switchblade. Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by...
Objection!
Huh? What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, won't you? I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah. And?
The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember?
Haha. Yes, that's right. Of course I remember.
He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility. Which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner.
Overruled. Ma'am?
Ugh. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
What, do they not have an X-ray like they do at airports?
Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
Interesting. Very good. Thank you, Gavel.
It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner's holds up, shall we? Let's get another sippy. Ugh. Putting my water tank over there. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade.
Hold it!
Alright.
Metal blade, you say? And do you have any evidence to support this?
You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third rate? The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck. And it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt.
It appears they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information.
Lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know.
My nose is so itchy.
Hold it!
The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden.
Well, no. I mean, some of the prisoners use scissors to cut the animal's hair, and
that avenue of inquiry was conscientiously pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace?
Yes. Only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. None was found.
I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Solwit was using.
So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison? Those two facts, the weapon must have come from outside.
Outside? What does that mean exactly?
The opposite of inside, you numbskull.
Was that an attempt at clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither.
Damn.
What Eustace means to say is that it must have been brought in from outside the prison by Mr. Saint.
Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, then you're an even bigger loser than I thought.
The feeling's mutual, believe me.
Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into the prison. Question is, how? It must have been hidden inside the chest set, that's what I think anyway.
Hold it!
But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene. And there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with this claim? Yes. They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests the murder weapon isn't hiding in the prison?
Take that!
What? That's your evidence? Oh, that was wrong. Yes, and it's quite conclusive, I think you'll find.
Overruled!
Ignore him, Eustace. His evidence conclusively proves nothing. Oh right. I knew that. We almost had him. Ah, that was a bad call, Miles. Alright, where's his proof? Okay.
Take
That's
that!
right, they did do a prison search. I forego that. I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Ouch! Oh! Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it. That's all.
Wow, way to undermine yourself.
You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me! Ah! Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin.
Of course not, it's my skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin?
Well, thank you to leave my name out of this.
Well, I'm Kate Faraday, and I'm A-OK!
Somewhere in the distance, there's a young man yelling, I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine! Not you two, please.
Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked.
Obviously.
Objection!
Oh, my sweet summer boy. But what you're proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit could possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them.
Take that!
More memory trouble, Mr. Winner. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me? Again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this.
What's that? Wait, does he seriously not remember?
It will certainly seem that way. There's a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors.
Wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back.
So as you can see, there's no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there's no way the murder weapon could have left the building.
Ah! Ouch.
In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It's still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn.
But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything.
Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it was a blade you were looking for.
Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes.
That is quite the claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it.
What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime?
Take a look at this, Judge Gavelle. Take a look at this, Judge Gavelle.
Oh, where was it?
Take that!
This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now, watch it for yourselves and see.
Ouch! What? But how?
This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say?
Yes, it is certainly significant.
So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. Except there's a little problem with that line of logic. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all.
Overruled!
That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gavelle? You are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence, but it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you've also been asking yourself. She's right. There's one major problem with my version of events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will?
Oh? How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth?
Truth is, I don't know yet.
Of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem.
Overruled!
Until the defense provides an adequate explanation,
The court cannot accept your line of logic. Heck, did I just... Yeah. That is all. This court is adjourned.
But wait! There's still so much more to explore.
Overruled.
Nah. Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom.
This is a hallway, ma'am. Court was never in session in the first place.
Once again, this court is
Objection!
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint.
What do you mean?
Just as we don't yet know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavel, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison?
Overruled.
Nah. You wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well.
What? They actually have something?
Now seems like as good a time as any. And I suppose you've been kind enough to share your own theories on the case.
What's she building up to here?
Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect that you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living. So, allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer.
A what?
Yes. Perhaps you've heard of the very big circus?
The... Ah!
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day after all.
Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting?
Oh, heavens no, I couldn't think of anything worse.
No. Yesterday the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume? As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the very big circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond a reasonable doubt.
No! She held on to that fact until the last possible moment.
Take it a sippy. Keeping my water bottle away from the ants.
She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait.
Next we're gonna find out she updated the autopsy report. Put out, Gavel. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor?
That must be why she steered him onto a different topic back then, too.
I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor?
Boy, you haven't even stepped into a court. This has nothing to do with you.
Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. Your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason.
What are you trying to say?
That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again.
Is that a threat?
The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense.
Thank you for your concern. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish.
Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same. I mean, they kind of are. They kind of are. And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good idea, a good place to start.
Ah!
Now I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So Simeon lied to us.
Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Milesy boy? Sure, Judge Cavell is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost.
Thankfully for you, Eddie, Miles isn't that kind of guy.
The defense never rests, as a wise man once said. And that goes for associates, too. Don't worry, Fender. I've no intention of arresting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid.
To be continued. Yes. Save that progress. The very big circus.
Oh boy. Excuse me. I was just about to begin.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna go stretch my leggies for a minute. See what I can. See if there's a soft snack I can find. I'll be back. Here I am, back again. See that one, and then... tab back to the game. There we go. Ah, I didn't find anything soft, but I did find chocolates. Simeon! You have some explaining to do! You know what you did.
You withheld information from me. Why?
Beep! I didn't withhold anything. Or at least, I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the very big circus, right?
No! I mean, yes! But no! I'm not really a member.
Excuse me?
It's still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member.
Beep! Oh my god! Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us?
Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show? And me being friends with Bronco? I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay. I thought I made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other clan scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again.
So... what do you do with the circus, Simeon?
I'm an animal tamer. Kind of. I'm still learning the ropes.
That's so cool! Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions and tigers and bears? Oh my!
Lions! Tigers! Bears! Oh my! No! Wow, I called the reference. Incredible. I work with this little guy.
Money!
Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those, old-timey organ grinders?
Ah! Look at him! Not now, Money, I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp! Well, it's a ratatouille!
Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around.
Tell us.
When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company.
I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I'm I guess you'd call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. I bet.
Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape.
You should meet Franziska.
I'm not some kind of creature, Fender.
No, I'm some sort of creature. A little guy, even.
So this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Oh, oops. Oh, that does actually make noise.
I really wish I had a drill to drill a hole in the back of my desk so I could sort all these wires out. I mean, we have drills. I just need one.
Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure. I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set. Yes. And that same evening, I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. Look at him. It was so hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips.
No, baby girl. Nobody help?
They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think? Workshop A, where Knight's body was found.
You mean your boss didn't help you?
Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. And then we performed till 10? So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. Oh, excuse me. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even little Winner wouldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. I think you put too much faith in him, Eddie. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. Ooh! That one hits. I think I might know why. When I was moving all that stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. So, I just sorta snuck over and hoped no one would stop me. But you'd just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him.
Ah.
You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well.
He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth.
There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No. The other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in here. Oh no! No! I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. Excuse me. At least I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today, too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen.
Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word.
But I mean, that is There's nothing I can do for you in return.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
I didn't get a jersey. Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight.
Oh, another plane going over. There we go. That should do it.
If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. Whoa, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy.
I'm getting a little Maro bar out. We have a box of Capri favorites. So I grabbed the Maro, I grabbed the Cherry Ripe, the Twirl, and a Touch Delight.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did. From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, me bucko! This guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. They do celebrate Talk Like a Pirate Day in Japanifornia. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? Ooh. No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, huh. Bummer. Oh, more for me then.
I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great sea scallion for the Dread Pirate K. Mere harp! Me hearties! We'll sail the 7 seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth!
Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on. Let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please.
Look! The shutter's open! Hey!
That's the way up to the yard, I believe.
Let's go take a look! Come on, what are you waiting for? Yoom!
Someone's excited.
Net 3:37 p.m. Prison yard. I'm getting out the Cherry Ripe.
So, this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival!
Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. time to take a look around.
Eek!
Okay?
Stop hitting me! Help! Mr. Edward! Ow!
Cease and desist, you beast. Sorry. I'm trying to finish up that story right. This is really funny.
Somebody! Ouch! Help! Ow! 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 Me! Ow! 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 Stay, Isaiah! Stay! Who was that? Aw, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way. She'd never do a thing like that. Isaiah doesn't even bite. At least, not very often.
So she does have a taste for human flesh?
How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have... but you did have fun, right? Right?
There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time. Didn't you, Kay? Nudge, nudge. Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did? Oh, I'm so happy!
Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your truck to yourself.
Aw, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am... Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you.
I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted.
And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So, you're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry. Head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Very Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you.
The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an... ace attorney. Wink! So much for whipping me into shape.
Yes. She's perfect.
What are you muttering to yourself about, eh?
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yadagarsu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time.
That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it all on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like.
But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down.
Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would it would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed. And we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well.
Yeah. But first, there's a pond over here. Let's have a look. Hey!
Who are you shouting at?
Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I wanted to see if they'd come say hello.
I only see water striders.
Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh! Whoosh! Man, I wish I could do that.
So much for the goldfish.
Danger, high voltage. I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Ah, yes. Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out.
Indeed. Isaiah!
An Asian elephant named Isaiah, and one of the very big circus's many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans.
You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
How comforting. If I remember rightly, in the fan translation, she was called Astique. As in, she is the elephantastique. But tush.
His basket.
A wicker basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels.
Ugh, smells like animals.
I suppose they must have been using it to move things around.
Like animals. Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs. That would be dangerous.
Where did any of that come from?
Power room. Maybe let's not look at that just yet. The stage.
This must be the stage for the show.
Do you think people would be interested in a Great Thief show?
I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend.
Ah! What are you doing back here, mister?
Simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody's left a bunch of tools laying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Excuse me. Ouch.
Ooh, that hurt me a little bit.
Let's see. It weighs 30 pounds.
Ooh.
Oh, and there are some pulleys, too.
Hey, can you stop touching everything in sight?
Oh, come on. It's not like I was gonna take anything.
What exactly were they being used for, I wonder?
30 pounds. I think that's about 15 or 16 kilograms. Because I'm about 45 pounds, which translates to about 99 kilograms. I'm a very slight person. suffice to say. Folding chairs.
These chairs must have been for the audience.
Well, I pity whoever had to put them all away.
Really? Why?
You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh?
Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it.
What did you saw? Mr. Frank see it?
Oh. What was the voice I gave him last time? I remember. Is that one guy? Oh, Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking?
Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sawit.
Oh heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping with the circus show stage tear down and clean up. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help.
Helping out, are you, mister?
I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Sawit you see before you is a changed man. A changed man who now targets the recently deceased? No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness.
A moment of madness. Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere.
You're right, of course. I can't deny it, I still have a long way to go. As a thief? As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that.
Vocational training.
I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society.
Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent, Sawit and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Oh, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who would talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here.
Excuse me?
You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes. Anything you need, he can get for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment rich in minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Well, good luck with Isaiah, my dude. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him.
Yes.
That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters, when one slathers an animal in thick black mud. Okay. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the Warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am. Right, I think that's all he can tell us. I think. I could be wrong. Oh, I really like the look of Eddie's face on this sprite. Very serious. What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy? If the performance is a good one, it can certainly be entertaining, yes. Man, I'm getting pumped up just thinking about it. A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. Got that right. Ah, doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a shield here, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in. Guess the magic of the big top's enough to make them forget they're in the same boat as the animals. The fence. I suppose I should examine that too. It is a part of the facility after all. Well, we missed the show, but we've still got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. He's right. I should also look over the show set and equipment, just in case something useful turns up. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. I don't need to ask him about Regina. I can talk to Regina myself. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss?
That's right. My dad founded the very big circus. But he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's, too. Whoa, that's great! Look at you! I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal training, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places.
They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Doing my head voice is gonna strain me a little bit. Just take a sip. Before I continue on. Water. Stay hydrated. Just drop that on the floor next to my feet. Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy?
Sounds like a regular riot. So, who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You?
No, silly. That would be Isaiah. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. It's a heartrending saga of forbidden interspecies romance.
Oh boy, yeah? Whoa, Nelly! I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit.
That's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic.
That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So, the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first time for everything. Hey, there ain't no rule that says elephants can't be leads in a stage play. And, who's the third wheel?
Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Ooh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Otagarsu.
I miss him every day. Why won't he call me? The Black Raven.
Nope, it's just a sneaky monkey.
That certainly lowered the stakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? Excuse me. Nope again. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Isaiah and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Isaiah and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is.
So, Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore.
Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
A well?
Well.
I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail.
You should have seen him moving those huge cages all around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do.
Weeping all the while. Amazing.
He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. I should eat these chocolates before they melt. And the precipitation draws the ants further closer. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A.
Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
And what exactly is "he may not look it" supposed to mean? Ah, there you are. Regina, cupcake.
Oh, warden the guard.
I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Oh, please don't call her that.
But while you're here,
Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived. And it was awful. An utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly? I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. And they always have been. No, it was the ambiance that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals! If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
it is nice having them around.
Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets. He's not gonna let Frank live that down, I don't think. Please, tell us more. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything.
What, and your other model prisoners don't do that?
Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such tryers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say, he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy. So do try to be nice to him, won't you? Ma'am? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals. The very big circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see.
She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the very big circus? But of course, sweetie. I am Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess. My superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She kissed that... Is that an ermine? Arctic fox, right on the lips. Anyway, and she's so adorable. So sweet. I could just gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding... Oopsie. Let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess, it was simply divine.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too.
I may need to do a little flippy dippy. I need to adjust my microphone. Flippy dippy. I mean to adjust it so the cord isn't resting against my leggy.
There we go, that should do it.
Just occurred to me I could do that with all my other wires. Let it just sit there.
Alan Nix, what do you mean you owe the Mafia $100 million? What did you do? How do you owe a Mafia $100 million? Goodness gracious.
About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There was some absences, you see.
You beat up the mob boss's son and took everything he had. Ah, so you did the Yakuza thing. Gotcha. Well, I think what you gotta do is you gotta what is it? You gotta go up through the ranks and beat up all the other dudes. And then you beat the mob boss himself, and then you become mob boss. And then you forgive your own debt. You thought you could get away with it. Alenix, nobody gets away from the Mafia. The only winning move is not to play.
She must mean Canis and Sawit. We were 3 members short.
Ooh, a third person was missing.
Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show. That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed. As far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sawit were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who's the third missing prisoner? And what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further. Oh! I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much, I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Little one?
Yikes! Oh, they got a... alligator!
You're looking as adorable as always, Ellie, my sweet.
Ah, she's so pretty! And what a cute name!
Yes, Ellie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are.
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
No, Regina, no. Of course, princess, of course. No! Don't enable her! Boy, howdy, were these two made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while.
Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue as to who our third missing prisoner might be.
Indeed. Oh, but I gotta go back to the well as well. 4:02 p.m.
Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh, I finally caught up with you!
Yay! I guess right.
Detective, you're not needed elsewhere? No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So, you searched the victim's cell? Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet. I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked forensics to analyze that blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak.
Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Wow, Edgeworth. Wow.
Oh, gee, don't look so surprised, sir.
Good damn.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick,
We'll find out how that dog got over there.
don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along.
Did you bring missile? Secret weapons?
That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open.
A metal detector?
Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire.
Ace Detective!
Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it. So it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2, missile! Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine.
Yeah! Missile! Woo!
He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food.
He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis's dog.
And now for secret weapon number 3. Where'd I put it? Aha! A fishing rod? Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Oh, don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me is all. I was hoping to get some fishing in. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir.
Oh, I like that show. Gummy! You're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. And one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call them secret? Guy can't just go sharing everything at once, it's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
Well, the metal detector's not gonna give us anything. Let's try missile. See what he can find.
You got it, sir.
This boy.
Hey, Missile, here, boy!
Aw, he really came.
So, what are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back into the prison. So we give the pooch a sniff of the body.
And he'll find that route for us. Sniffle, sniffle. Sniffle, sniffle.
Does anyone else smell something sweet? Oh no. Not her perfume, is it? Gina? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there, almost like cake, maybe?
Actually, it was my mum's birthday the other day.
But, because of the weather, we couldn't really go out for dinner. Or anywhere, really. Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile, get a noseful. Here we go, follow that dog! And yeah, Mum wanted a rainbow layer cake. That's the way to... He's headed for maximum security!
Uh-oh! He's going in!
Then we'll just have to follow after him. Maximum security. This is Candace's cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room?
Do you think Mizzle's onto something?
Shh! Looks like maybe he is. Is there something here?
Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's see. Chessboard.
Mr. Candace's chess set, complete with his special dog piece.
That's not a chess set. That's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something, too.
It's not inconceivable, some of them are. And this is quite a nice one.
I never would have pegged Mr. Candace as a chess fan, though. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going? I thought he'd be more into Go.
Go, huh? Can you play?
I could play Go Fish.
Not the same thing, Kay? Not even close.
Got some cookies. I wonder if these are rice biscuits. Huh, rice crackers.
Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Candace clearly doesn't like for comfort.
I can think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets the special treatment?
Hey, did you forego that we just learned that he's the fixer? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself.
Yikes, no thanks. Is that a rosary bead? His tools?
Mr. Candace's chisels, every one a potential murder weapon.
Heh, that reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead.
I have no idea what you mean. He says as he holds his forehead flat.
See, they're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Woodcarving Face.
Have you quite finished?
Tray, tea, and his thing with the bell. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others.
I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job.
An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry.
Is that your opinion as a thief?
Nope! It's my opinion as a great thief.
I walked into that one.
What's the matter, boy?
Wait, is this cake what you were after?
Oh, that looks like chocolate. Keep it away from him!
Whoa, down boy, stop that! No, you can't have it! Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that! If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself! Huh. Not bad! That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though.
Yummy! I wanted some!
Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, it's either daring or dumb. So anyway, it looks like it really was just cake Missile was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts.
See, they could have spelt it desserts, as in cake, but that's actually how you spell it. With the one S in the middle of the word dessert, because it's referring to desertion.
But the little guy is definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise.
Seek, boy! Speaking of chocolate, I should finish mine.
Woof! Wow, 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 wow. Oh, I think he's onto something. More cake?
Holly!
Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Carcerato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, pull the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerato, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. I guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you'd be so kind as to open his cell. Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness, look at all this. What the? He's got it. That's the guard. Ah! I missed that bit.
This punching bag has certainly seen some use.
Woof! Wow, 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 wow! What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer?
No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside. Yes, sir.
Oh, that was actually the thing. Oh, shit!
A hole! Could this be? Whoa there, wait, Missile!
I'm going in too!
Wait, stop! Sir, I'll go get her. Ah! Oh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake!
No, the cake would have been inconsequential, honestly.
He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Incredible. Okay, are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole? It's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
Hello? What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Dang, I just bypassed all of the things I could have investigated in Mr. Carcerato's cell.
5:04 p.m.
Okay.
Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, you could say we made a breakthrough.
Right. At least they came out unscathed. I think. Hey. If they didn't have to crawl through a sewer like Andy Dufresne, they're probably fine. Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it, this must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there?
Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures.
Let's see what you've captured.
You telling me Little Thief doesn't have a like a torch lamp thing? Like, you know, most... well, this was set in, like... What year is this set in? 2019?
Look at that! Spoons, a fork. Guess these were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints?
Paw tracks.
Paw prints even. From a dog, perhaps?
They're quite dark.
This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does? Mr. Carterato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carterato is immediately. If my suspicions are correct... Huh?
Aw, nuts!
Ooh! The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carterato right away.
I bet he stole that uniform!
But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found.
"5:34 p.m. Back in the corridor.
Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility. Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems he might have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it. What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three can get back to your posts. Yes, ma'am! Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Oh, thanks, pal! Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell.
What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth?
They've identified the blood, and it is Knight's.
Yay, okay.
Haha! Nice job, everybody! Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel that a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed! We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He is as well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business? Police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that's what that was all about. Still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess the killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation. Is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say, or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. Prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned. Oh, wait, and here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. Sir. $5.55! Make a wish! No, wait, that's 11 o'clock 11. Never mind. Make 5 wishes. Judge Gavel. I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again. And yet, here you are. I am sorry that you thought that I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I'm not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. Any water. I'm gonna need it. I do. I promised I'd be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you are ready.
Objection!
My boy! My son! Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed. We are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer. And that only he could have removed Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation.
Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir? I accept your terms. I'm confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. and I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated.
Very well. Let us see whether you were brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me. Heh, fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel. How nice wound up in the prison proper. One moment, I'm gonna switch off my lights. And set up my phone lamp as I was saying. It really doesn't like it when I do that. How's this? I need to give it a... How's that? Will that do? Hopefully. Nope, I'm getting the jigglies. Doesn't like it when I do that. Maybe. Nope, still jiggling. Oh. Nope. Why jigglies? Hold on. I'll get my phone stand. See if that helps. Oh, that's a lot better. A lot more stable. Yeah. Back to the game. Thank you for waiting. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled onto one of the prison workshops.
It figures she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell.
Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is a still from the footage we received.
Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell.
26th of March, 10:14 p.m. Correct. You'll also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say?
blind spot, which means the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. It's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage?
There is really only one possibility. He intended to escape.
A prison break! That's so cool! Mr. Carcerado? Mr. Knight? Everybody's doing it! I have to step up my game!
No, step it down. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerado's escape is no laughing matter.
It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape event. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon!
That wasn't a compliment.
I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises, along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood.
Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it. God, this is a long one. Okay.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney worth his salt would have his sources? Yes, I am aware of it, of course. I
Overruled!
simply wish to confirm.
Then you are wasting both our time. Shall we continue?
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys?
I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions.
I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on her reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely.
He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, and waited for an opportune moment to present itself.
He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That's been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. They haven't been recovered. Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found.
I dropped my phone. Like a fool!
Just trying to adjust the angle. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory.
I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it's such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set.
Knight's chess set. The same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden.
Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one that proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion.
So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it.
Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he even have had time to commit the murder?
Overruled.
How indeed. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example.
She's done her homework, I see.
The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine.
He's sent flying by the elephant.
Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes.
And you're saying the crime took place during that time?
Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell.
I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
Why not?
And you don't have to. And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind.
Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell?
Take that!
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience!
That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it.
Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensic operatives.
Objection!
I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one.
The detective. How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps, before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police.
Well, clearly not if it's only spelt with one T.
Oh no! Now Gummy's badge is on the line too!
Forgive me, Detective, I didn't mean to put you at risk as well.
I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Oh my god. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted.
I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke.
You would have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmet. Yes, you would.
What?
That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all.
Aside from his saliva? No.
Saved by an assassin of all people.
Hey, it happened last time.
Jeez Louise.
You could have just taught the little guy to shake hands.
Oh no, I did teach him that as well.
God damn it.
He does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox.
What do you mean?
First he bites down hard on the victim's hand, and then...
La 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 la! I'm not listening!
I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering.
Your understanding
Objection!
is much... Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else.
Overruled.
Oh boy, somebody's taken no prisoners.
Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me?
All yours, Gavel.
Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer.
Overruled!
My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between prison and detention center.
Oh!
Take that!
This is...
It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison. Whoa, 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 whoa! Ouch! A secret passageway?
It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carcerato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled!
What do you mean?
In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled! Mr. Edgeworth, you are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Rocco Knight's autopsy report. And quite recently updated.
His autopsy report? When did we get that? How do you not know you had it?
The police
handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The Goddess of Justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. I think it's the forensics team. Cause of death, stab wounds to the throat. And the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. Eee! As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead?
But that's impossible!
That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
The tunnel! The paw prints!
What of them? Helmet is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened to cross this tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely.
That would be quite the coincidence. I can't prove it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she'd kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. No, you don't.
Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up.
The interim report suggests that the cause of death was a stab wound to the neck inflicted by a sharp blade. Death was instantaneous. Wait, one stab wound? And what was that comment then about the multiple stabs? Was that just a typo?
Yep, this all checks out.
Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please, feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic, after all.
I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor.
Had you lingered a moment longer, the Goddess of Justice would have spoken to you through my gavel.
Alright, I got it.
Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned it. I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you.
This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running.
The Goddess of Justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. I don't think she's saying that.
Well, what's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated.
Even with half been stabbed, you still refuse to concede? This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney.
Oh, I messed that one up, didn't I?
My client.
The Goddess of Justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father. In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon, of course. There were 5 chisels in Canis's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit a murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was...
Hold it!
Have you quite finished? Hold it. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade? Then where is it? The guards didn't find it.
Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at?
What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis's chisels.
What? Ow!
Overruled.
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible, half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of a crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage.
Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain it, Mr. Smarty Pants?
An excellent question. The footage shows a dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canis's dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't. Of course not. No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job.
And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it.
Correct. You, Bodhidharma Canis. Canis, you're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others.
Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
Heh. Oh gosh. That's a reference. To a different line. Oh. There's another... In one of the other games, there's another bit where one of the characters goes, "You know, right? I bet you this was on your report card."
And what lists off a number of like little insults. I just wish I could remember. But I know it's one of the games.
We already searched Mr. Canis's cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel?
Yes. We even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. You've just confirmed my theory. I have. What exactly do you mean? The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4.
Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5.
And the one that's missing is... the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel?
Sorry.
A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing, I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could only have hidden the chisel here.
Take that!
Yep.
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He is very rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. We'd have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. It's getting late. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? But I'm fairly certain I'm almost finished this episode. A fact he took full advantage of. The old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked! I searched the whole cell. I searched the whole cell myself! And there's just nowhere he could have hidden it. Unless...
Objection!
Unless we put him up on some stirrups and look. I am certain that the murder weapon is here. And that the reason why no one's found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he can make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right?
Let's get out of here, come on.
The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I could hardly believe it. But I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should, if you would give me a moment. Well, this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today.
Oh yeah, unlike last time when...
Mr. Canis, if you would be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again this instant. I don't think I shall. It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up. Right. And there we have it. A chisel that small.
What? A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog?
I thought it had been strangely quiet. I guess his brain's finally caught up.
No, I think it skipped a few bits. Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Ah! Okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What?
Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah?
The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself.
We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Ooh.
His theme! I hope it keeps playing! Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Don't worry about it.
Poor Helmet. How could they suspect us, You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm?
Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis's testimony. If you would be so kind.
Gladly.
Canis's defense. I need to sip. One moment. Bip, bip, bip.
Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been.
Ah! Water!
I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmet only bears his fangs when I tell him to.
Excuse me.
I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know.
I mean, when he puts it that way.
An assassin who only kills his acquaintances? Not the soundest business model, I agree. My work required me to deal with strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake? That's not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis.
Sorry, I'm just checking something.
Okay. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover.
No connection whatsoever, you say?
Objection!
I don't believe you.
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end.
Wait, so that's, 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1000... I give up. I mean, what do we even call a number that big?
Big. A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence.
But that's totally impossible! We just proved that!
A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet, here we are. Helmet is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmet? Yes. Yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmet, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmet take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me just as I had asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop.
No, the murder weapon was in his neck.
Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all.
You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Solid said, Mr. Edgeworth?
That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast. He killed him. I see. So what Mr. Sawat actually saw was Helmet removing the murder weapon then.
He did saw it. Which is to say he seen it.
Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless.
Objection!
Objection! Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis. Fender? No offense, Paleo, but I don't think you quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. Oh yeah. Neat play on words. Because I believe dumb used to mean mute originally. Or at least that was the earliest, one of the earlier interpretations of dumb. Whereas now we use it to mean stupid. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. And that's also why we have the phrase dumbstruck. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmet's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course. They were something of a trademark of yours, were they not?
I don't get it. How does that even work?
Bedidama Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only 2 in existence. Just 2. 2 and only 2. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmet brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. Oh. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace? Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. All right, sure thing. Ow. We got him. Fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's. And Mr. Canis's? Nope. Just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good. Should I get them to check again? Now do you see? I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmet carried it in his mouth. That's all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. Ah! So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. As evidence shows, yes. But also,
the way he talked about that bell on the chisel implies it was not in his possession until recently. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? I've got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear? Oh, you've done it now, sir. She's serious. I hate to admit it, but fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one.
Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for?
You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of a prison, for one?
Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey! Earth to Mr. Edgeworth! You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we save Simeon in the end. We can't give up now or ever.
Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now? No. I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I've chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I've failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another.
There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. I might have an idea.
Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here?
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Because of the security gates, right?
Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center.
The gate's only used to scan people. Any items brought into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
You're telling me the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been, but it wasn't. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set. That does answer one of our questions. And it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's, not Mr. Canis's.
However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper.
What? 3 piper? As in, you need to go through 3 pipes of tobacco to figure out how it...
I don't know. I've never heard such a term before.
The court too finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation.
Wait, sir, I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons.
The fishing rod?
Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V! What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage.
Oh boy!
An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I'm telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Alright, want me to talk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out.
Sure, why not?
If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appreciated.
Yeah, just picking up my water tank.
Yes, sir!
Well, it explains.
So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye. And I can examine things with the button I see. Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? The panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those and you're golden, sir. Seems I can also press buttons to fast forward or rewind the footage. And I can press that button to pause. When the video is paused, you can go to the previous frame or the next frame with these buttons. Or just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just line up your cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at. Then use the panel in the bottom right and little V will do the rest. Got those 2 expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir. It would appear I can zoom in by pressing this button too. But by the way, even when you zoomed in, you can still examine stuff just like in the regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can't do when you zoomed in is play the footage, so there is that. I see, and how do I zoom out again? Just use the panel in the lower right again, sir. See how it's going from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? That's because you zoomed in. And that about sums it up. Now let's fire Little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine. The footage from Knight's holding cell. Sorry, I had my air conditioner beep again. It's trying to start back up. It's been trying to all evening. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. The other morning we had a power surge because but suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Mum wanted to use the dryer because of the heavy rain outside. Because of Sean outside. And Mum went to use the dryer after washing the laundry. And she didn't realize that the power plug for the dryer wasn't pushed in all the way. It was partially exposed. And that, yeah. And since then, my air conditioner has not wanted to run. Anyway, I survive as I can. Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close.
Oh. You're doing it. I'm proud of you.
Now it just has to... Oh, there it goes. It's like watching someone try to start a... Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure. It's like trying to watch someone try to run their, pull the thing on their lawnmower. It's just not going. What in this footage seems odd? Yeah, I remember this, actually. We go back just a little bit. What are we looking at? We zoom in. Uh-huh. The figure is reflected in the mirror here, too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Aw, jeez, is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. So this may not be a guard at all, but someone dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. Indeed.
Take that!
So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear of a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Well, if the front security's been as laxed as we've heard. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. If the person in the footage isn't Knight, then the creature may not be a dog either. You're right, sir. Let's zoom in and check. What in this footage seems odd? Let's see. Can we get a look at the creature? Zoom in. Aha! It enhanced. Wait, that's... I suspect we may have made a critical error in judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. Although, I've heard the wisdom of bears are just dogs if they were more dog. This animal is a bear. In fact, I think I've heard that dogs may actually be more closely related to canines than we realize. I'd have to double check that. Don't quote me. That is not a dog, it's a bear.
What? So, the paw prints from that photo I took...
Were not canine, but ursine. Arctic, even. A bear? So, could that mean... Yes. Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We had assumed that it was Knight in the security footage.
Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory.
Perhaps. But But now that we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is...
Rocco Carcerato, age 31.
Take that!
I thought he would have been in his late 30s, like 39.
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It's none other than Rocco Carcerato, a prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion.
But the bear in that video is all black.
Indeed. And we have evidence that explains why.
Take that!
Love.
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Solit's testimony. There's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Of course, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The dog of the animals further came. Excuse me. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment.
And that animal could have been...
Indeed, our polar bear.
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Solit mentioned applying a mud pack while the circus performance was underway, and this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, okay?
If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 AM.
In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded?
Whoa! 3:27, 6 AM?
Take that!
Mr. Solit said he administered the treatment at around 9 AM. In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 AM. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Solit, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Carcerato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Solit before entering the tunnel. The bear then slipped out of Mr. Solit's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Solit would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis's dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off.
But why would the timestamp be wrong? It's running on Paris time?
Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined. Right away, please. I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What? They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off.
Oh, just like my microwave.
Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Oh, excuse me. That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kinda like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold just like the other guy. Which may not necessarily have been a lie.
Darlings, there you all are. Hello? How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along?
Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. Escapee, Mr. Cacciarato. I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now.
The ghost could be right here in this very room. Hey, Mr. Carcerado... Mr. Carcerado would have been wearing a bracelet, right?
Yes. A bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape.
Well, yes, I suppose he could.
He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... Oh my.
He is one of you, isn't he? He's here right now. Baby!
Just adjusting my butt.
Look, it's Teddy! Baby!
Hey, paws off! Get your mitts off of me, you big balooka!
Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions.
Oh, dang it, kid! If it wasn't for you, I'd...
What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Cacciarato? I'm almost envious.
Guards, apprehend this man.
A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course.
I can hardly say no now, can I?
Oh, well, come on then. Hit me with your best shot. Put him up, put him up!
Mr. Cacciarato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered.
Oh boy! So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret gateway tunnel. The getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. I had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody hadn't offed Knight and brought you bums down here.
You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it?
How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what do I gotta show for it now, huh?
Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. Ooh. There's an outside chance Mr. Cacciarato and Knight met face to face.
just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. You guys, you're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. We did do that. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? Got me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and plan to get out of Dodge. The uniform, was that from the fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. But he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? No, would have got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it till I got to the holding cell. Oh, once I was out of there and all dressed up. Opening that cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, white pigs. Freedom beckons. And then the furball here jumps up at me. Which will be the moment captured on the camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of the tunnel and all dressed up. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. What do you mean?
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say?
Now I want cake. We ate all of Mum's birthday cake last week. Now I'm not chocolate cake. We had a orange Madeira cake in the fridge, but I think that one's been gobbled up already too.
Well, sure. Anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison? No, well, why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I've never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carterato would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape.
Yeah, it should have been a piece of cake, but you didn't know where the keys were ya?
Objection!
Did ya?
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that, because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Are you threatening me? Even once you'd reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carterato, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake, only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
No, you didn't, you liar.
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So, perhaps when you'd finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously.
Yeah. The security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you.
Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible.
Oh, he almost spat out his teeth guard.
Are you saying... could he really have... I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than... Mr. Carterato. He's the one who attacked the guard. But not just the guard, Knight too. All to gain possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this Knight guy.
You didn't have to. You knew he was in the way of you getting keys.
Objection!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. The moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show. Just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says, oh yeah, you got proof, genius? You said you win yet? Nuh-uh. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell.
Take that!
The wiped floor.
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing, other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys.
Wah! Whoa! Ooh, right in the gut.
Oh, why, Iota? What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. I know where you should have found it.
It was your newspaper, was it? Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway?
If they checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But that blood would give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems.
You only had one shot. You missed your chance to go.
Now hand over the keys.
Right in the kisser! That man's dead.
Ah, KO'd by a lousy, stinking bomb. Fine. You want keys here. I hope you choke on them.
Why would I eat them?
Whatever.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Carcherato here had the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that that theory cannot possibly be true.
No!
Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. No. Oh, you gotta be freaking. Mr. Carcherato, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. Oh, wait. You got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell. Indeed. You only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It wasn't you, but Helmet who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Carcherato and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcherato could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, And only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carterato. How can you be so sure, eh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. Oh, you got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Luckily for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from here to the well in the yard already.
Oh, a well, you say?
Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, right? I just make good on what somebody else already started. Then, what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out.
Ooh, or maybe the animals dug it? Like to get water from the well or something. Why?
I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Hell, D-grade movies. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Oh, come to think of it. A smell. Yeah. Always smelled kinda nice down there. Nice? Gee, I don't know. Smells sorta like dessert, I guess. A sweet scent. Sounds very familiar. How did we come across a sweet scent before?
Mr. Knight's body.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carterato, was how we found your tunnel. Look! Would that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well?
Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel?
I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carterato, you're the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access.
You have our thanks, Mr. Carterato. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now, unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
He's to the left, actually.
Oh.
What? You ain't pinning this on me!
Oh, he's on your left. Never mind.
I am glad to see that we're finally in agreement, Your Honor.
Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carterato may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Kent's. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me!
That would render knocking him out moot.
Point. Wouldn't it? Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result.
The man's got a neck injury.
What do you mean he wouldn't have been knocked out? And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carterato had reached a certain agreement?
What kind of agreement, exactly?
Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carterato had just stolen from the guard.
Sorry.
Mr. Carcerado himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerado's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. No, I don't think that's it.
Lady, the only striking I do was with my fists.
My. Still you deny it.
So, we're agreeing that we still disagree.
Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerado unlock his cell, so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned.
This is all kinds of just convoluted.
Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed. Dirt cheap.
Objection!
Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to...
Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth.
I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at?
Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took.
However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell.
Huh? Then how did it get down there?
There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked.
The well in the yard.
Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there?
The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Yes, Kay, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well.
No, I don't think so. This is just too convoluted. Nope, doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. Here's what I'm thinking, right? Helmet dragged Knight down through the thing, and then he was pulled up through the well.
Why do I think this? Because if we check, rope and bloody top are in our evidence.
And that's the only way that any of it makes sense to me.
That Knight was pulled up with the rope and that top and the pulley system that the well has, and then brought out into the main prison to be stuffed into the workshop.
Well, let's let her finish, shall we?
Oh, she's finished.
On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait! Simeon! Ah! Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must also have been him who disposed of the body.
Judge Capel is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts.
I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw a body down the well, I'm sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing the knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. Overruled.
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have.
What?
Mr. Carcherato was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcherato, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there? Right.
No, place was clean. Ah,
If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcherato would have seen it. Not necessarily. If it was being hammocked
or suspended inside the well passage itself, vertically.
However, he saw no such thing.
And besides, he was focused on getting out of Dodge. He wouldn't have bothered to look up the well.
Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint?
No!
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that. Theory.
What time is it? Gosh. Hold on, how much longer do I have?
And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up.
I concede that for the moment I do not.
May I suggest that we investigate the yard again?
Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you.
Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. Oh. What's that sound?
Yikes! Is there a fire?
Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too?
Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. Oh, it certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two. Back to your posts. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Carcherato, it's time you went back to your room.
Fine. I get the picture. Come on, Teddy. We're out of here. Warden the guard. We'd like to take one more look around the yard now.
Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow,
No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away.
I think we have had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees. So eventful. It's time our guests went home to Betty Pies, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore you with all that I'm the warden, this is an order nonsense.
Warden the guard is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes.
Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait.
I bid you all good day.
Really?
Although I could do with a break, honestly.
What are you waiting for, kiddykins? Off you go.
Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gavel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carcerato's cell to the workshop. Is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. Or was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will.
Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
To be continued. Okay. That's fine, actually. Save our purpose.
Gosh. Crime scene recreation.
This case is longer than I thought it was. Gosh. Goodness gracious. Well, it's getting late.
Honestly.
My poor air condition is still struggling. Hopefully it's able to power through. Unless... Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Oh, gosh. Well, let's see. Monday. I don't know. I'm not certain. Because Mum invited me to dinner someplace that I haven't been to before. And it's meant to make up for, the fact that we missed being able to go out on her birthday the other week. So, depending on how late... Yeah, no, actually. I'll probably end up getting home pretty late. So I'm gonna give Monday a miss. And I'll continue Case of the Golden Idol the next Monday, which, let's see, let's see, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, let's see, that's the 10th. And the next Monday is the 17th. But also, this Tuesday, the 11th, is my 3rd anniversary of streaming on Twitch. Although I am gonna have to miss it because it is a Tuesday. And honestly, I have no idea what people do on stream anniversaries. I don't know what I'd do. It's not like I have a big thing planned. I don't usually plan things, honestly. Outside of, like, my future, model upgrades. But anyway. I'm gonna give it a rest. Finish stream here. I'm glad that y'all came in to watch me play a game. And see y'all again on Saturday. Take care of yourselves and good night. Night.